to the CSIR 2023 Career Day. My name is Atlegang, Nyakale, and I am a chemical engineering graduate trainee here at the CSIR. Today, unfortunately, I am not in the lab, but I have the honor of being your program director. So right now, we are going to receive a musical item from the Soshanguve Secondary School. I hope you'll all enjoy it. Thank you to Soshanguve Secondary for the amazing performance. Let's give them another round of applause. So, I want to pass my warm greetings to the CEO of the CSIR in absentia, Dr. Thulani Dlamini, the EXCO members that are present today, CSIR colleagues, teachers that are here, and most importantly to the VIPs of the day, our future scientists, future engineers, future mathematicians, you guys. The aim of the day is for the CSIR to offer you guys or afford you the opportunity to be exposed to the different careers that are there in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. I'm sure most of you here are already considering pursuing careers in these fields. And I want to say, if you are still unsure, I hope at the end of the day, you will be convinced. Before we begin with our proceedings, we are going to have a safety briefing so that should any emergency occur, we all know what to do and where to go. So I'll welcome Mr. Masilo Kgatle to provide us with the safety briefing.
Good morning. How are you? You don't seem fine. Good morning. I thought you are so young to be juvenile and ready to talk. So you seem a little bit reluctant. Are you good? Okay, as said, my name is Masilo Kgatle. I will be your evacuation marshal today for this building. There are just a few items that I want to highlight in case you come across that. Firstly, I know that some of you have been using the toilets this side. We also have some on your left, like you go outside, you just take the stairs down, you will see there is a board there. So you use both sides, it's males and females. Then when we go for exhibitions, there are others outside. Then secondly, in case of emergency, you don't need to run. There are firefighters here. We also have first aiders, and we also have people in blue, these jackets. Any of these people, you can just speak to them for assistance. But in case of emergency, we will lead you to an assembly point, which is behind this building. I think those who came with the buses were parked when you were getting out. That's the assembly point. So in case there is an alarm that goes on, don't run. We will just walk you out. You are safe. Number 3, please ensure that you have your valuables with you. We know that some of you might leave stuff on the chairs. We are not going to be held accountable for any loss of those items. We have given you bags, so use those bags to put some of the items so that you can keep them with you. Thirdly, for exhibitions, when we go to the exhibition marquee outside, we will divide you into small groups, which I'm still going to explain later. When you get there, we will be the ones to guide you to where you are supposed to go. Please don't change the groups that you are with for safety reasons. For any emergency, like those who have health challenges or any of those, please go to the blue people who will take you to the emergency or the health workers outside, or we can take you to our medical facility. So everything has been sorted. Any challenge, let it be our responsibility. So inform us of anything that happens around you so that we can be able to help you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Masilo, for the safety briefing, and I hope that everything was clear to everyone. As the CSIR, I'd like to say thank you for taking time today to spend the day with us, and we hope that your experience will be amazing. Okay, we are now going to have a welcome address by Mr. Andile Mapindisa. Mr. Andile apologies, Andile Mapindisa. He is our Group Executive for Human Capital and Strategic Communications. He's been with the CSIR for 4 years, and he has worked as an executive in the mining, the energy, and also in the manufacturing industries. Let's give Mr. Andile a warm welcome.
Okay, thank you, Atlegang. Good morning. Right. As Atlegang said, I'm Dlamini, right, Group Executive for Human Capital, right, and Strategic Communications here in the CSIR. So I'll first would like to apologize, right, for our CEO. He was scheduled to welcome you, right, here at the CSIR. But due to other commitments, he had to then attend to those. He's currently hosting, right, the Chinese government delegation, right, and he's then requested me, right, to be here, right, on his behalf, and also to extend his welcome. So welcoming you here at the CSIR. So first, I would like to welcome, right, all the learners, as Atlegang said, all the VIPs, right, to the CSIR. It is an honor, right, for us to host you here, right, at the CSIR, and also to expose you, right, to the various careers here at the CSIR, and more so for you to make informed decisions. So this is the day that you should use, right, to get more information. And then I would like to also welcome Nancy Mashele from the University of Pretoria, Jada Matanzi from Sefako Makhav. And I would like to make a special welcome to the 3 schools that have visited, that are here today. So in 2021, 2020, somewhere there, as a CSIR, we decided that we'll support and sponsor 3 schools in deep rural KZN. Deep rural KZN. And those schools were Pumela Secondary School, Kgatle Secondary School, Pumanyova Secondary School. And I would like to welcome them today. So we have their teachers, as well as the learners who've been chosen, right, to represent the schools. So they've traveled all the way, right, from KZN. So I would like to make that a special welcome. And also welcome all the members of the media, right, who are present this morning. So as I said, it is a privilege for us to host this year's National Science Week, and especially the Career Day, right, the 2023 CSIR Career Day, which is part, right, of the annual National Science Week, which is an initiative, right, by the Department of Science and Innovation. The National Science Week is a countrywide celebration of science and the role it plays in society. As an entity of the Department of Science and Innovation, we participate in the National Science Week to promote the understanding of science and also to encourage learners to pursue careers in the science, technology, engineering, mathematics, and innovation, what we call STEMI. The 2023 National Science Week's theme is Transforming Lives Through Evidence-Based Science, with the first sub-theme being Building Sustainable Energy Systems Together and the Power of the Community. The second sub-theme being Improved Methods of Production of Millets to Sustain the Livelihoods of Current and Future Generations. I would like to share some numbers with you, right? In terms of who is here today and tomorrow. So we are proud to host 20 schools. So today and tomorrow. And we have close to about 800 learners who will be visiting the CSIR in these 2 days. And we have 18 career guidance. So you'll meet them later, right, at the where we're doing the exhibitions, and also 18 cluster projects. So now let's share and talk about the CSIR and the purpose of the day. The CSIR uses science, technology, and innovation to respond to the triple challenge of unemployment, poverty, and inequality in our country. To successfully deal with this challenge, highly skilled people are required, which is why we are always looking for bright and passionate people to embark on this journey with us. The statement of the CSIR, that is touching lives through innovation, expresses the unshaken resolve of the organization to harness the power of science, engineering, technology, and innovation for building a prosperous future for South Africa. However, this future can only materialize if young people pursue careers in science, technology, engineering, mathematics, and innovation. The CSIR contributes to this effort by providing opportunities for skills development and career progression through creating a vibrant research and development culture. So apologies for that. So I think the colleagues at the back are trying to, so they're trying to balance but it's affecting. So Lindy, are we good there? Okay. So apologies for that. So the CSIR has programs to assist young people with skills that will influence your STEM careers, such as the graduate and training program. We have entered into partnership, right, with youth employment services, that is the YES program, to prepare young people for employment by providing them with technical skills and relevant work opportunities. Our pipeline programs ensures that the CSIR, it grows the pool of innovative youth who will contribute to the innovative growth of the country. Our bursary program is intended for you. We fund students to study the STEM areas, right, at the South African universities. And I must mention that this is not helping. So I must mention that yeah, we need to get the slides going. Okay, so let's proceed. So I must mention that, and I would like to invite those, right, who are doing their grade 12, or those who have brothers and sisters, right, who are studying grade 12. So please, when you get home today, direct them to the CSIR website. So we have 2 calls, right, bursary calls. So the one, it closes on the 20th of August, and then the other one, it closes on the 30th of August. So these are the opportunities, right, that are available where we'll sponsor, right, your brothers and sisters to study at any of the universities in the STEM fields. And here, as the CSIR, will cover the tuition fees, we cover the accommodation, and over and above that, right, we provide students with laptops, etc., right, to ensure that when they get to university, right, they've got all the resources that they need, right, as part of their studies. So I would encourage you that when you get home, so please do so. Choosing the right careers is critical. It's a critical step in your life. Your career choice will determine where you go, what you learn, and who you meet. It will also allow you to unleash your full potential and your full passion. It is therefore important to make an informed decision. The more you plan for a successful and fulfilling career, the more opportunities will open up for you. When choosing your career, it is important to ask yourself the following questions. What do I want from a career? What do I expect from it? What am I looking for from an employer? And what is my purpose in life? I'm thrilled to be here today to talk to you about the careers and the exciting journey that lies ahead for each one of you. The CSIR Career Day is a fantastic opportunity for you to explore different professions, gain insights into the various industries, and discover your passion. When I was about your age, I remember feeling a combination of excitement and also an uncertainty about my future. I didn't have all the answers. And that's perfectly normal. The first piece of evidence I want to share with you is to follow your passion. Discover what truly excites you, what makes you feel alive, and pursue it with all your heart. Remember that your career will take up a significant portion, right, of your life. So it's essential that you do something that will bring you joy and fulfillment. However, passion alone is not enough. Success also requires hard work, dedication, and perseverance. As you embark on your career journey, be prepared to put in effort and embrace challenges as opportunities for growth. Remember that setbacks and failures are not roadblocks, but rather they are a stepping stone on the path to success. Another crucial aspect to consider is continuous learning. The world is evolving rapidly, and staying relevant in your chosen field requires a commitment to lifelong learning. Embrace new technologies, seek out new skills, and be open to acquiring knowledge. Your willingness to adapt and grow will set you apart and open doors to exciting opportunities. Lastly, networking is another key factor in building a successful career. Connect with professionals in your desired field, attend industry events, and join relevant communities or organizations. Networking, it not only helps you to learn from experienced individuals, but also open doors to mentorship, internships, and job opportunities. As you go forth from this career day, remember that your career is not solely defined by your job title or salary. It reflects your values, the impact that you have in the society, and the difference that you make in the lives of others. So dream big, work hard, and always stay true to yourself. Today, our young researchers will share their experiences through various science exhibitions and presentations. Moreover, we'll share with you some of the careers that are available at the CSIR, as well as the qualifications that one needs to pursue these careers. There will be presentations by higher education institutions, such as the University of Pretoria, Sol Plaatjes, and also Sefako Makhatu. And finally, I want to encourage you to follow the CSIR on our social media so that you can see some opportunities, including bursaries. All our bursaries are published on our website and also social media. I would like to thank the CSIR staff for coming out to offer a helping hand and share their experience with the learners. I would also like to thank teachers, the school governing bodies, principals for allowing this visit. Thank you for allowing me to share these thoughts with you today. With that said, I would like to welcome you right to the CSIR and trust that today's activities will help you to make informed decisions. Have a great day.
Thank you, Mr. Andile, for the warm welcome and for sharing with our future scientists what the CSIR and for sharing with our future scientists what the CSIR offers, and also just providing great words of encouragement. Okay, moving right along, we are going to have a motivational speech by Pumela Jafta. She's an intern here at the CSIR chemicals cluster. And Pumela will share the challenges and obstacles she has come across in her academic and her career journey, and how she conquered through those challenges and finds herself at the CSIR today. Let's give her a warm welcome.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning to my colleagues, and a warm, big welcome to our VIPs today. I welcome you all to CSIR. As Kgatle has said, I am Pumela Jafta. I was born and bred in the Eastern Cape. So I had quite a journey. It was a long journey for me to be here, but at least it was my dream to be here. And every day when I wake up, I am so proud of myself. So in junior, I think grade 5, grade 6, I was brought up by my grandmother. Imagine waking up at 5 a.m. in the morning, washing the dishes first, because the previous night I did not wash the dishes. And then I had, because my grandmother was a diabetic person, I had to make sure that I prepare porridge before I go to school. Prepare that, get ready for school. Get ready for school and walk about 15 kilometers. So I would walk around 15 kilometers to school and come back to the house chores. All right. Since I've said I grew up in the rural Eastern Cape, so unfortunately, I did not have a good background in math and science. And then I needed to choose subjects now to go to high school. When I got to high school, because I knew one day I wanted to be a scientist, I wanted to wear a white lab coat, I wanted to change lives through innovation. Yeah. So when I got to high school,
Before I can let Pumela proceed, may I kindly ask that we switch off our phones and also keep them on silent?
Just speak loud. Okay. Yeah. So, okay. So when I got to high school, I knew that I needed to choose maths and science for me to be a scientist. And remember, I grew up in the villages. My school was in deep rural Eastern Cape. I had no solid background or foundation of maths and science. But anyway, I enrolled. I passed my matric, but I did not pass it for the career that I wanted to do. So all my friends went to university and I was left alone. I did pass, yes, but my APS, I think we all know what an APS is. My APS score was quite low. And I sat with my parents, I was like, hey, I think I'm gonna go back to school and redo my matric. And all my friends were like, but you passed, you can just do any career. But I'm like, no, this is a dream. I have a dream. My dream is big. I will achieve this dream against all odds. I remember one time in matric, that was September, trial exam now. We wrote, I think we wrote a test. And then when my teacher came back on a Monday with the scripts, he had pegged them from highest to lowest. Okay, fine. He gave the highest, from 90 up to 0. And then the last script, and I was the only one in class who did not have a script in my hand. He said, this one is a 0. We know who this one is. Everyone was like, yeah, obvious. At that point, at that moment, my spirit was shattered. And then he called me into his office because now I was crying. He's like, what career do you want to pursue? I said, I don't know, but I want to be a scientist one day. I want to change lives through innovate. I want to innovate something, you know. He's like, laughing, and he was laughing. He's like, you will never get there, forget. And I was shattered. I was like, no. Then I passed my matric, but it wasn't good. I went back. It wasn't good still. I said, no, but my dream is big. I went back again. And what kept me going is that, you know, that teacher was trying to pull me back, but I had an imagination of an arrow. You know, before you shoot an arrow, you took it back and it will land so far. So I imagined myself as that arrow, that I am destined for greatness. Nothing is going to stop me. When I got to university, the first thing I did for myself was to choose the right friends. I chose the right friends. I had a lot of friends in class because others, they mastered maths, which I was weak in. Others, they mastered physics, which I was weak in. Others mastered chemistry. So I had a lot of groups of friends, and I associated myself with them. I passed in university, but just before I went to university, my uncle sat down with me. He said, you know what? They always say there is a light at the end of the tunnel. Be that light. Go through university, but at the end, you must shine to an extent that you will bright who are watching you. Okay, fine. I did university. I passed and excelled. And then now I said, I want to work for a company like CSIR because I see myself as a scientist, as an innovator. And then I applied to CSIR, and fortunately, now a CSIR intern. I'm under chemicals. And now, when I meet people now, they ask, where do you work? I'm like, oh, CSIR. Oh, which cluster? They're like, no, chemicals. And I would add to tell them that I actually work in the only biodegradation lab that we have in Africa, which means now the skills that I have here in South Africa, you can't find them. You can only find them in the lab that I work into. So some people cannot believe, how did you make it? I said, it was through perseverance. I fought against all odds. And I want to say to you guys, do not worry what other people are doing. You know, when you are making popcorn, you would warm your oil and put all your corn there. It's the same pot, same oil, same stove, same temperature, but they don't pop at the same time. We all have our own time. We all have different capabilities. So with that being said, please remember your dreams, stick to your dreams. It might not be easy for you, but please stay true to your dream like I did, and good luck with everything.
Thank you, Pumela, for sharing your journey with us. Pumela, I've heard Pumela's story before. This is the second time, and each time she says it, I am inspired, right? So we should take away from her journey that do not give up. Do not give up. And when you have a dream as big as Pumela's dream, you will push through whatever that life throws at you, right? And also try and filter out what, the negative things that people will say to you. Try to filter those out and focus on what you want, okay? And I'd also like to say this quote. It says, the first step to receiving an answer is to have the bravery to ask a question. I'll repeat that. The first step to receiving an answer is to have the bravery to ask a question. So I would like to encourage our future scientists today to say, have the bravery to ask questions today so that you do not leave the career day with, hanging questions. Moving right along, we are going to have a presentation by Ms. Pinda. Ms. Pinda is the Senior Manager of Learning Capability Development and the CSI. Let's give her a warm welcome.
Okay, Sanbonan. No one is Sanbonan. Molwen. Oh. No one is Moloring. Good morning. Oh, yeah, good morning, but you're not Molwening. Tumela. Oh, Dimacheron. More. Oh, how is everyone? You good? You excited? My chat always says it's meat, so I'm hoping that it's gonna go from meat to like high excitement during the day. Tabisha is busy trying to help me sort out my presentation. It's not gonna be very long. So all I'm gonna do today is just tell you about a little bit about the CSIR, what we do before I tell you about opportunities for high school learners. So at least you understand what you're signing up for. You know, you don't say, I want to be at the CSR, but I don't know exactly what it is that they do. But I know after this session, you're going to have an opportunity to go see exhibitions and find out more about what it is that we do. So it's not going to be very long, very brief presentation.
Keep on saying something.
Okay, from the schools that have been invited, maybe somebody who can stand up and tell us about the name of the school and what it is that they like about that school. I'm going to start with the Navy School here. Thank you.
And I'm here on behalf of Kgatle Math, Science and ICT School of Specialization. Our school specializes in math and sciences.
What do you love about school?
Well, I've been asked what I like about Kgatle. Well, Kgatle is a school with discipline. It's a school with adequate and competent teachers. That's why I like it.
Any volunteers?
And here representing Hammansburg Secondary School. What I like about my school is that it has improved from the past years and it is not actually what people say it is. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hello. Hi, I'm Kgatle. I'm from Ridge High School, and what I love about my school is that the environment and culture is so beautiful. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you to all. My name is Perere Makoba. I'm from Pumela Secondary School. At Pumela Secondary School, we deal with science and maths. And what I really like about my school, we really strive for that.
Yes, what's happening now?
Hello, my name is Yusuf Ayo. I go to Al-Ghazali College and we specialize in developing social networks between students. I love you. I love you.
Yes, my name is Matloga and I'm from Thulani University of Technology. The reason why I love my campus is because we don't clash. Science is a solution.
Wow.
studying diploma in biotechnology.
Thank you so much. Everyone who spoke today must come to me at the end. I'll give you something. I don't know what it is now, but I'm going to. Thank you. So I'm going to start my presentation. As Atlegang said, I'm Pindasi Funda. I'm the Senior Manager for Learning, Capability Development, and Corporate Social Investment within the CSIR. What I'm going to cover today, as I said, is going to be very briefly about the CSIR, what it is that we do, and then a bit about the innovations that have come out of the CSIR, and then lastly, what opportunities do we have for young people like yourselves? Just about the CSIR. So the CSIR was established in 1945. How old are we? How old is the CSIR this year if it was established in 1945?
78 years old.
Thank you. So the reason why we were established, right? So CSIR was set up by the government at the time. And there were lots of other research organizations. You know, there was Agricultural Research Council, and they do a lot of work to assist with farmers and agriculture. There's the mining technology or MenTech. They were supposed to assist with mining, you know, do research in mining to make sure that the country economically will grow in all these different spaces. The CSIR was established to do everything. So we are not specializing in one area. We do research and development to assist a lot of industries in the country just to make sure that our industries are competitive. And also we do a lot of work to find solutions for some social challenges that we have in the country. So we're established and we're given this mandate, and the instruction from government was that you need to help this country to develop technologically, right? We need to assist our industries to become more competitive. You know, there's lots of industries that start and just doing the same thing for years, and competition comes from China, from US, from wherever, and then our industries die. So how do we make sure our industries are sustainable? How do we make sure that we solve the challenges that we have in the country? These are social challenges. So it's not just about solving industry solutions, but also solving challenges that we have socially. So the instruction is that don't work alone. You know, you can do some of the work alone, but you need to partner with other research councils. You need to partner with other private companies to do the work that you need to do. So we work a lot with universities, with other industries, even with SMMEs, to be able to do the work that we do. And ultimately, the instruction that we have is that we need to make sure that we improve or we assist the state in improving the quality of life of South African citizens. So would you like to work for a place like that? You know, you're working towards improving the life of South African citizens. So that's what we do at the CSIR. All the research that we do, all the ideas that we come up with is about improving the quality of life of South African citizens. So that's what we do in a nutshell. And then we also have values that we live by at the CSIR. So if you want to be part of the CSIR, either through the bursary program or internship program, you also need to live by these values. We call them our epic values. The first one is excellence. And that is that we excel in what we do. Well, we can't do research and not excel in what we do. So we need to excel in what we do and really focus in making sure that the products and solutions that are coming up with, you know, are excellent products that are going to help the country. The second one is people-centered, that we care about the people. We care the people who work at the CSIR. We care about the people we work with outside the CSIR. And we have to care about the people of this country for us to be able to solve some of the problems that we have. The third one is integrity. So when you do science or engineering or math or doing research, you know, you can't lie. You want things to go this way, but they are not going this way. So you need to have the integrity and the honesty to report the right things and also to do the work correctly. And the last one is collaboration. As I said, when we were set up, we were told, you can work alone or you can partner with other organizations. It's going to be... Are you guys struggling to hear me? Oh, sorry. Thanks. So the last value that we live by the CSR is collaboration, and that means working with others in order to see the work that we do to succeed. So sometimes, even at high school or at school, sometimes you may be strong in a particular subject, but the others are not. And it's always helpful then to join groups and work with people that have different strengths that you don't have, so that you can succeed. At high school, I used to think that I work alone. I want to do things myself. I don't want to be dragged by people who don't want to work. But when you go to university, it's like, oh, okay. Now it's a different ball game. There are things that you know, there are things that you don't know. So you need to work with people, find the right people that you can form a group with, and you study with them. And that will really assist, even with the CSIR collaboration. We may know something, but somebody else knows it better. So we work with them in order to achieve what we want to achieve. I said very few slides, and we're going to be done just now. So the CSIR has campuses in different parts of the country. The major one is where we are now, CSIR Pretoria campus. And this is most of the work is happening. So it's the biggest campus that we have. So we have a group of a campus in Johannesburg that's focusing on mining. That is based in Joburg, and then in Durban. Again, we have a campus that's focusing mostly on forestry research. In Durban, in Pumela areas, there are a lot of forestries. So we work a lot with companies like SAPI, but we also work a lot with UKZN in doing research in forestry. And then in Cape Town, in Stellenbosch, in Stellenbosch, we also have campuses there, but mostly on technology-related, like IT-related technologies, and also the natural environment technologies that they do there. And then lastly, we do have a campus in Kgatle that is working very closely with the University of Nelson Mandela. I nearly said University of Port Elizabeth, to show I am. So they work very closely there to do the research that we do. And then in numbers, the CSIR has over 2,000 employees. That is a lot of employees. But then in terms of the researchers that are there, the CSIR, when we measure scientists, engineers, and technologists, we have about 2/3 of that. And then the rest is support. So me, I'm coming from the support in HR to assist in growing skills and making sure that we can do the work that we need to do. So we also track demographics, and that is very critical for the CSIR. For the type of work that we do, we need to have diverse teams, right? People who understand different communities and how things work. So diversity is very critical in an environment like us. So we track the number of Black South Africans we have. We track the number of females. We are very lagging behind in terms of females. So I'd like to encourage the females and the males who are here to really consider careers in science, engineering, and technology. We also track the level of qualifications of our staff. As a research organization, it doesn't really help us if somebody just obtains their first degree, and it's very difficult to do research. So the more you grow, you do your degree, you do your honors, you do your masters, and finally you do your PhD. Then you become very comfortable in the field of expertise that you have chosen. So we always encourage our students to study further. Don't just stop at masters or at honors or a 3-year degree, but you go further and do your masters or a PhD. And then also giving opportunities to employees with disabilities. So that is also what we track. Just making sure, I talked about diversity, there may be technologies we can assist in that space of people living with disability, but also providing opportunities for employment within the CSIR. And I talked about masters and PhD and how important it is. I know for most of us, we come from environments where if you get your degree, everyone is excited and you are expected to work. And then we don't have enough people who do masters and PhD. So I'll really plead with you. We've got a program at the CSIR where we'll appoint someone to do their masters and also do their PhD. So you are working, opportunity to work, but opportunity to also do masters and PhD, at least to get those numbers up. And then this last slide I have on the CSIR's background is the collaboration. As I said, we don't work alone. Mr. Mabindisa also indicated earlier that the CEO is hosting a Chinese government delegation. So we really work with other countries, we work with other companies. It does not include all the partners that we have, but it's just an indication that we work across. So it may be, is that me? Okay, sorry about that. So this is the range of partners that we have. We have higher institutions who work very closely with government departments. And then we've got private sector, your Tiger brands, your Sasols. And then we also work with other SOEs, your ESCOMs, your IDC, Transnet. So it's a lot of stakeholders that we work with to ensure that we collaborate to deliver on some of the solutions of technologies or products that we deliver on as the CSIR. So our slogan at the CSIR is touching lives through innovation. As I said, the mandate was saying, do research, do development, you need to support industries. So it's lives through innovation. And I'm going to show you just a number of examples of the different types of innovations that have come out of the CSIR. But firstly, I wanted to show you like an example of innovation. I hope you can see this. And again, it's showing my age. So this is showing you the evolution or how innovation happens. So innovation is about, bringing something new into the market. It could be about changing something. Maybe there's something on TikTok and you think, hey, if they can do it like this, it will work so much better. So it's about finding solutions to things that exist or coming up with new products. We never had cell phones before. So in my day when I grew up, we had landlines from Telkom and you had to be home if somebody's calling you. But through innovation and somebody trying to find solutions to make things work better, somebody came with an idea. So this is just showing the evolution, let's say, taking the introduction of music. People might, I don't know, I think the educators that are here are also very young. They may not know cassettes. Who knows cassettes about? Really? Yeah. Okay, this is a few people. So we used to use cassettes in a radio in order to play music. And that evolved. This was done by Philips. And then somebody said, instead of sitting at home and listening on my radio, can I be able to walk around and listen to my music? And then they developed, I don't know what they called it, but it was something that you can walk with and play your music. But all those things are gone now because there's always new ways, cheaper ways, simpler ways of doing things. All those technologies are all gone. We had CDs, do you know CDs? Oh, at least. So we had CDs, but CDs are also obsolete now because we listen to our devices, right? So it's really exciting to be part of this journey. Just coming up with something new or something different or a new idea or a new product. Again, I can see some of those coming from the people here. I don't know if anyone has something or an idea or a solution that has been thinking about to solve a problem or to come up with a new idea. This one is going to be a big gift if you have something for me. I'm not going to steal it. Nothing yet. The what if something could change and work differently. So that's what we do at the CSIR. And these are some of the examples. So we did a lot of work during COVID. Oh, you've got an idea. Let's hear.
Hello, everybody. How are you guys doing today?
We're good. How are you?
I'm good, and you? I just wanted to ask you something. I'm from Tennessee. From Tennessee. Because you're the only 10 I see.
Oh.
My name is I come from Mascara Secondary School. So I have a new idea of that might change. So okay, like my idea, like since in Mascara we struggle with water. So I come up with an idea as usual.
So you've been writing this idea?
Yeah. So this idea will use the water like the ocean used to before. You will put it in something like maybe a container. Then that container is a transparent glass that will water like water vapor and stuff. So that water vapor you can use it for.
So you boil in the water?
Yeah, and then you can use the water to clean the drain.
So this is cleaning the water?
Yeah.
So the water that we use to bath or the water that we use normally wash dishes?
Yes, you can pour it in here. Then one your side.
You can speak in your language, it's fine, we translate.
Okay, so more like that's gonna like we're doing something
Why are you laughing, your magic? You haven't kept your idea.
So yeah.
We're gonna translate. Oh, someone will translate it. Yeah. I don't do it.
So like more okay, I like mentioning like economic change meeting. Economic some music that you really have each other from.
The temple.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so whatever is up is out like she said before. Then you put it inside the container. That container has an intake pipe where you water with the shield and then there's a maximum water level.
Yeah.
When the water doesn't yeah. So that it doesn't get shared. And then after that you can while there's still water is still boiling and then there's water. There's an water collection point. Yeah. Water collection for where you can put the basket.
Put it down and then they use the water again.
Yeah, not the good soup.
Yeah, not the big water they feed.
Yeah.
Okay.
The idea that I have, okay, it's not anything like shocking, but it's the idea of solar powered traffic lights and street lights because during load shedding where I live, we have load shedding like at night. So if we have solar powered robots or traffic lights and street lights, it could reduce the number of accidents that happen at night. Like my dad got found during load shedding and it was like so traumatic. And it's like there's so much traffic when it's load shedding. And if it's load shedding and the solar panels work, then my traffic can flow faster and stuff. Yeah. Thank you. Bye.
I am so impressed, okay? We have so many people that are going to be joining us at the CSIR very soon. So there's a water solution, there is a electricity solution.
Hello, my name is Alexander Shabana Kgatle. I come from TUT. So I've been looking at there's a problem of water, so there's not enough water for the whole population. There's a problem with water security. So I asked myself, why can't we extract water from the ocean? So I found out that it's very expensive because there's two ways to remove the salt from the water so that the water can remain just the water alone. So there are two ways. It was using heat or pressure to separate the molecules of the sodium or whatever and the water itself. So I found out that it's very expensive to use pressure because it's going to need a lot of energy. So I looked up that another ways we can create pressure is to level up the water, but it also takes energy to take the water to a higher height. So I was thinking, why can't we just do the reverse osmosis, is what they call it, under the water instead of outside the water? to make a tower inside the water to level up the
The level of the water, yeah.
yeah, the level of the water. And if it's not enough pressure on below the sea level, we can find a way just to transport the water from the inside the ocean to outside on the land using hydraulic presses, which will use less energy.
Wow. He's telling me I'm running out.
Hi guys, I'm Naidos Kakani from Soweto Mshwandambo Secondary School. So as we already know, guys, we already have dams. So I was thinking, why don't you use the pressure from dams, the water from the dams, to create energy? You can create energy using water, but it needs pressure. To solve the problem, the water from the dams has pressure. So using that pressure, we can create energy. Yeah, that was my plan. But since I don't have resources, connections, and my research is slow, it will take time. But one day,
Okay, this one is a burning innovation, so I would have to give him a chance. Last one.
Hello, guys. My name is Liseli, and I have an idea about a bathing machine for disability people because of
A bathing machine for people.
yeah. So yeah, and so that they can. So yeah, they are guys. But probably disabled because some struggling now, crisis saying or another family. So a bad machine, a kaisa problem over class, like no toilet or yeah.
I don't know if you guys got that. My speech is also very limited, but he's got experience. Things are related to somebody who is disabled and it's difficult for them to bath, especially there's no one around to assist them to take them into a bath. So he's looking at a product or a solution to develop a bathing system for somebody living with disability. So it can come from home, it can come from your community. You guys gonna have a lot to share later on this. Oh, she's gonna cry. Please, last one. I will just jump to the last slide. I know.
Hi guys, I'm Anjali. So we came up with an idea of a self-flushing toilet. We know that a lot of places have problems with toilets. People don't flush. I don't know if they forget or what, but I just forget. So the toilet will be using pressure sensors, which will be able to tell that a person was sitting there and was listening to the toilet will flush.
Wow. Wow. So I'm very impressed. I think in the next 3-5 years, South Africa would have really improved in a lot of areas. Water, energy, health, it's a lot. So I'm just going to skip the slides where I was showing the innovations from the CSIR. I think there is a booklet that the learners will get or the schools will get that shows some of the work that we do and also profiles some of the researchers from the CSIR So I was going to show you a little bit of what we did during COVID to assist the state to manage COVID and the spread of COVID. So this is other technologies that have been developed within the CSIR. I can even share these presentations with your educators, or if you want directly, I can email it to you just to see some of these examples. But you'll see more when you go to the exhibition hall in terms of what we have done. This is how we structured. Again, you will get more information when you go outside. And then the area where I come from, as I said, is learning capability development and CSI. So we have what we call human capital development programs, where we are trying to build a pipeline. So this is a pipeline of scientists, engineers, technologists that can join the CSIR. So we're looking for a lot of young people to come and join us. As I said, we need diversity. People are able to see new things that are happening and how they can be changed. So we have a lot of programs trying to really encourage young people to consider careers in science, engineering, and technology, so that we can continue with the work that we're doing, but also supporting the country in terms of STEM and careers. And then the other objective that we have is to make sure that the researchers within the CSIR are assisted and supported in terms of their growth. And then lastly, it's just implementing training interventions to ensure that we remain agile and responsive as a CSIR. So in terms of pipeline development, maybe I should have spoken to the last two that talked to you, that's outreach and learner support. Andile did mention that we partner with a number of schools to really encourage and support and drive the seriousness and the importance of science, maths, and subjects. I know a lot of kids are scared of these subjects, and it's not a biggie. I always tell my kids, don't be scared. If you are scared of something, it's going to be scared of you. Love it, and it will love you back. That's what I say about maths. If you're scared of it, it's going to scare of you and it's going to run away from you. But if you love it and hug it, it's going to be your best friend and you're going to succeed. So that's how you need to approach some of these things. So we have an outreach and learner support. We have bursaries for first year university up to PhD level. And then once you graduated to university, we have internship positions. You come and spend 12 months within the CSIR in your area of expertise, and we try to give you experiential learning in that area. And then we have graduate in training. Atlegang is one of our graduate in trainees. So these are graduates who are at the CSIR, and we are developing them to become professionals or seasoned professionals in their careers of choice. And then we've got postgraduate level scholarships. So once you do your first degree, 3-4 years, and then you do your honors. And we have a scholarship program that you can apply for if you want to do your honors, your master's and PhD. And then ultimately, once you have your PhD, you can come in as a postdoc. So now you are a Dr. Mang, and you're coming to the CSIR, and you are coming in as a postdoc for about a year up to 3 years. In terms of the bursary, I'm going to talk later about the criteria, because then people get very despondent when I talk about the criteria that we're looking at. So this is the support that we provide to the CSIR bursary program. I think Andile mentioned some of these things. So it's a full cost bursary. So we pay for your tuition fees, we pay for your accommodation, give you lab allowance, get a meal allowance if you're not staying in res, or we pay the university for your meal allowance, and then you get a book allowance, and then from second year, you may come to the CSIR for vacation work, but we also visit our students, right? And especially first year, it's very difficult to transition from high school to first year. Most of the time, you're the top dog in your high school, 90s, 100%. You go to university, it's a completely different environment. You get 40 and you're like, no, this is not me. And, it's such a shock to most people that they just give up. It's like, then I'm not celebrated. I used to be, this celebrity in my high school. Now I'm like down there. So some people give up, some people get expelled. So please, it's normal. When you go to university, it will take time to adjust into that environment. So please give yourself, because if you fail, and you're getting a CSR bursary, we can't continue supporting you because we then need to give that opportunity to somebody else. So we really then engage with our students. We visit them twice a year. We have open door policy. You can contact anyone if you're struggling with anything so that we can try and resolve whatever challenges that you have and you can succeed in your studies. So that's what we do. In terms of what we're looking for, so we're looking at 3 subjects: maths, English, and science. And you need to achieve at least level 6 in maths and science. Very doable. Easy peasy. You just need to study hard, please. You know, join other students, learn with them, and study hard. And then at least minimum level 5 for English, because there's still the language that is used in most of our institutions is English. So you need to be able to speak and understand English. So that's the only thing that we're looking for when we have the bursary. The bursary is still ours. So you encourage your siblings, or if you are in matric, you can consider applying for the bursary. And that is the website, but I think a lot of people will show you a QR code that you can access to do your application. And then Anila also spoke about the Youth Employment Service. So this is an opportunity we give to the youth, a 12-month opportunity to get working experience. But I would encourage you to study further first before you apply to be part of the Youth Employment Service. We do target people with degrees or graduates, but we also accommodate people with matric, but a very few people with matric on this program. So the people on this program, they get a monthly stipend, online training, you know, basic social skills and behavioral skills, how to manage yourself, how to manage your time, how to manage your finances. So it's an online training platform that they get access to. And of course, we provide social support. Oh, I'm done. Thank you so much. We have time for one question. I'll limit it to 2.
Hello, my name is Usima and I got a song to sing for you. I'm blessed. It's fantastic.
And we're taking questions. Okay. We can do the dance later.
We will have learners here.
Hello. Hello. My name is Oleka. I'm from UCT Online High School. And I have a question. You know how you track the different types of groups under your company, for example, Black women, etc., etc. And you have people with disabilities. What accommodations do you have for those disabilities? More specifically, neurodivergent people.
What is neurodivergent?
People with autism, ADHD, etc., etc.
And I cannot answer because I was going to say we've got ramps for people who are in wheelchairs, but we do provide. I know with people who are blind, and then we provide the right laptops for them that they can be able to work with. So we do provide support depending on whatever disability that is there. So we consult and then provide the support that they require. Thank you. Thank you so much for your attentive listening to me this morning, and I'm hoping that I'm going to be seeing you in the bursary program and as future employees of the CSR. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Pinda. And I had some really innovative, Sis Pinda, thank you. And I had some really innovative ideas earlier on. And honestly, if I was the CEO, I was going to hire these young people here today. And also, I liked your question regarding disability. I think it's also homework for us, the CSIR, to look into the different disabilities and how we can better accommodate the people of South Africa. And Sispinda touched on the epic values that the CSIR stands on. And I want to check if we are still together. Does anyone remember what the epic values are? Anyone? You can start running.
The first one is epic, the second one is people-centered, and third one is intelligence, and the fourth one is collaboration.
Almost. You missed two.
Okay. Hi everyone. The ones I remember were excellence, people-centered, integrity, and collaboration.
Thank you. So you guys were listening. That's good. Okay. And also just to elaborate on what Sispinda shared with the bursary program. So I was also a recipient of the CSIR bursary back in 2015. Yes, that's how old I am. Back in 2015, and the benefits and the support that she mentioned, the living allowance, the book allowance, those are all true. And as a student in university, it's really a good feeling to not worry about your next meal, or worry about shelter, or worry about anything else, but to only focus on your studies. So just encouragement, work hard. The level 6 for math, physics, it is really possible. And once you get these opportunities, it's a good thing for you. And also, after the bursary program, they do offer you employment. So here. And the CSIR also prides itself in contributing and improving the quality of life in communities. And we are now going to have a presentation by Samson, who is CSIR manager for CSI, and he will share with us how the CSIR contributes to social development in our country.
Good morning, everyone. How are you? I'm fine, thank you. As a program director indicated, Samson Nkosi, that's my name. Thank you so much for the opportunity. I've also been requested to keep it short, so I will keep it short. I just want to hear all the voices. If I say CSIR, say innovation. I just want to hear all the voices. CSIR, CSIR. CSIR, CSIR. Okay, thank you very much. I would like to share with you a story. In a deep rural village in our country, there was a girl called Nomsa. So now, Nomsa was from a really, really poor family. They lived in a shack, but Nomsa was working hard. And things were working very well at school. So that is a positive, despite the challenges that Nomsa was facing. So now, Nomsa's mother was she had one eye. So, but that was bothering Nomsa very much, and to the extent that she was ashamed of her mother, and she was being raised by a single parent. That was the mother. So, life continued, and Nomsa was performing very well at school. She completed school, and then because she was having a problem with a mother who had one eye, so she passed extremely well, at matric. She obtained distinctions in all her subjects. And then there were bursaries left and right that were being offered to NOMSA. So NOMSA decided, I can't stay in a home where there is a mother who is like this. I don't want to be associated with a mother like this. So NOMSA decided I will move out of this home and I will find my own place and I will never come back here. So NOMSA left the home and said, no, I don't want to hear any stories about this home. I am now successful, I have bursaries, and I'm now a better person. So I'm just going to buy my own townhouse and stay there, and I don't want to be bothered. So life continued, NOMSA moved out, and she was staying in some beautiful townhouse. So the mother stayed in a shack. And of course, she was deeply, deeply heartbroken. She was deeply sad about how NOMSA was behaving and the way NOMSA, the things NOMSA was saying. And people in the community were also shocked why NOMSA is doing all of this. But they tried to say, NOMSA, please, 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 don't move out. Please, please, look after your mother. NOMSA didn't buy any of those stories. NOMSA was staying somewhere in a townhouse, living comfortably and having everything that she needed. So then, NOMSA's company where she was working, they said, no, because you are doing very well, you are one of our stars. So we are going to send you overseas to go and work there. So NOMSA didn't have any problem. She packed her bags and then she was promoted. She went overseas. And unfortunately, while NOMSA was away, her mother was sick, and she was not getting better. She was just getting worse and worse and worse and worse. So she passed away. And the neighbors now were looking for NOMSA. And NOMSA, maybe you will be interested to come and say your last goodbyes to your parent, your only parent, the one who raised you up. Please come back home. They tried, they managed to get hold of NOMSA, and they said, please come back home. This is what has happened. Your mother left a letter as well that she asked the neighbors to say, please give this letter to NOMSA if she is able to come back. And then the mother was gone. Right? NOMSA caught a flight and came back, to bury her mother. And then they said, here is the letter, the neighbors. So here's the letter. This is the only thing that your mother left for you. And NOMSA opened the letter. She read the letter. The mother in the letter was saying, no, the reason, my child, I don't have one eye is because I donated my eye to you. That's why I don't have an eye. She collapsed. And then the neighbors tried to wake her up or to resuscitate her, and then she died like that. So now, okay. So, but where am I going with this story? I want to say, as the CSIR, one of the ways in which we are touching lives is through innovation. One of the ways in which we are making a difference in communities is through our corporate social investment program. So under the corporate social investment program, this is one of the ways in which we are looking after our communities. I'm not a charity begins at home. You can start by looking after your family, your mother, your father, your parents. You can start there. You can't say you're going to look after other people if you cannot look after your family. Look after your parents, etc. Look after your community. In whatever way you can be able to contribute. So, in terms of our corporate social investment program, we have 3 focus areas. With education and skills development, that is one focus area. We have socio-economic development, and that is where we focus on socio-economic issues. And then we also have the last focus area, which is employee volunteerism. So under education, we have a number of schools that we are supporting across the country. Some of them are here. You heard Mr. Andile Mabilisa mentioning some of them. And we have social economic development initiatives that we do as part of our corporate social investment. One of the initiatives under social economic development is entrepreneurship, where we are investing in developing aspiring entrepreneurs. Those that have entrepreneurial minds and would like to venture into new businesses. And then under employee volunteerism, this is where we call upon our employees and we ask them to go to communities and contribute through the skills and other resources that the CSIR is able to make available. So as you have heard the speakers after speakers, we have scientists, we have engineers, we have technologies. We call from time to time upon those professionals that we have at the CSIR to assist in communities, because we can't just look away when there are so many challenges in the country. As a responsible corporate citizen, we extend a helping hand to various communities. Some of the communities are closer to where CSIR campuses are located, and some of the schools are closer to campuses, because we also wanted them to have the benefit. They can see we have CSIR here. We wanted them to have some benefit that they can derive from the CSIR. With those few words, thank you very much. We will still be seeing me. I'm still here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nkosi. We can all go back home and also make a contribution in our communities by just sharing the knowledge and the information that we received today. So we are done with the half of the items on our program. And after the choir performs, Masilo will assist us to divide into the respective groups. We will now be going for exhibitions, for demonstrations, and for science shows. And to also note that after the exhibitions, we will come back to this building to collect lunch and then go back again to the exhibitions. But the times will be communicated. So let's welcome the choir. Thank you to Thank you to Social Movement Secretary for that. Thank you to Social Movement Secondary for the amazing performance. So much talent. I can't even sing to save my own life. That was amazing. And also please remember to take pictures throughout the day and post on your socials. We are using hashtag CSIR Career Day 2023. That's one word. Hashtag CSIR Career Day 2023. And we are also using hashtag NSW 2023 for National Science Week. So right now, you will remain seated and the ushers will come and take you for demonstrations. You will be divided according to the color of your wristband. So you can just remain seated. Please remain seated and you will be escorted to outside. Sorry. Oh, guys, listen. Before I forget, Sis Pinda promised a few of you guys something good. So the individuals that came and said their innovative ideas, please come see me, provide your name and the school that you are from, and we'll give you a goodie later on.
Yeah. Afternoon. Hello. Yeah, this is how we're going to work. Ne? For those learners who came with their parents or those who came from the CSIR staff members, you have wristband with colors, wristbands with colors. The first color is yellow. Yellow. All those with yellow, can you just Sister Tandy, can you raise up your hand so that follow Sister Tandy from here straight to the marquee? Yellow. Yeah. Yeah.
I was only asking, like, I want to write down from there. I've joined it already. I want from where I am. So what we do is just to make sure the video is on, and then the camera is focused on your people. The mic can just be inside. You can pick, yeah, you can pick anybody. Let me go and get you. Then spotlight. Yeah, let me spotlight this one. Spotlight for everyone. And then, which I think what like camera because this is going to be still there. What like extender, USB extender. Okay. For Kupai one part, because they will plug it already. Okay. And I'm in there. Lady, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
All right. So we are getting ready for the interviews here in the studio.
Okay.
So,
And then is it going to update? Because I see on that there's just a dead Teams link on YouTube.
yeah, we can update, but it's the same thing. So, but maybe not. Give me 2 minutes. I'm going to start streaming from that side. Then the same thing on a streaming view, just like we've been doing it. 2 minutes it should be done. You just want to focus on camera.
I don't understand the technology you just spoke, but okay.
Oh, I'm saying when I just continue, when I capture whatever we are doing, and they want to stream it to YouTube.
Okay, but you will tell me when.
Yes, when you do things.
Can you see all of us right now?
Yeah. Is it go on? So I'll give you the green light to start. More. Extended film.
11 o'clock and keep staying.
Oh, okay.
11 doesn't be 11 o'clock.
Okay, yeah.
Well, they see us. So it's not just that.
Yeah, apparently they're streaming on YouTube as well.
There's the dynamics.
You plug it on. I would like to make sure that ketchup.
You need to move, so you can catch all four of us at the same time.
Yeah. Okay, there was a little bit of national. Maybe I'm going to go to the.
We can't see everyone, eh? Tabisho?
Hello.
Yes, not everyone is in frame, and on YouTube it's going to clip a bit as well.
Yeah,
So,
now.
okay.
Maybe if closer to
Nice shuffle. Yes, that's better. Thank you.
So, Lindy.
Yes.
I need to start the screen outside.
Okay. I'll send you a screenshot. Is he there?
He's already on.
Okay. I'll send him a screenshot what it looks like on YouTube when it's live.
Yeah, he's a first round.
So we can always start with details next.
Speak again.
Okay.
Speak something. You hear the audio.
Oh, okay. Oh, I hear you from Cape Town. Well, I read. I thought I read.
Yes, I'm still
So
I'm from the which is the home of the personal community department. More in particular, the city group. It's too far away from the beach.
Yeah.
The ocean. We have nothing to put down on those things.
But not a lot of wine.
Lots of wine, which is also nice. Yeah, they typically call Cape Town Slapstad, Kaapstad Slapstad.
They didn't, that time they didn't give you a bar. Because you said it's not wine. They said it's very dangerous. Oh, and suppose that is wine. Yeah, I think the short one in this moment. The beta is the shortest one of them. Yeah, so even when you are talking, I'm not going to talk that much, right? Yeah. I'm not a big talker. So, yeah. Thank you. Did you say we can start?
Yes, I see someone has recorded the meeting, but let me ask him for a green light.
I started recording just so we have it.
Oh, so but you can't start yet.
I don't know. YouTube has a bit of a delay.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm going to focus on copying people. Giving him. He's going to give you wine. So he's going to give you wine. So, yeah, it's like wine without alcohol.
They do. They call it grape juice.
Ah!
That's what they call the alkaline.
But it was just like,
why would you want to drink wine if you?
Sorry? So, my account.
Attempt to try the deal. So we thought, okay, it's too glass.
Yeah, to try and advance skills from low and middle income countries, but also trying to get you to socialize into different cultures. Because I remember in my program, we had people from Asia, some from Africa, some from Europe as well. So it was a mixture of different cultures and people from different backgrounds, and trying to do projects together so that, you know, we could have all that ethnicity in the scientists together.
Wow, that's what I have to say. How? Why Zama?
So, yes, thanks for noting. My name is Carl Willits.
I couldn't say anything because of your Zama.
Okay, well, you can stick to that. I'm happy to be called Carl. So I'm a port and coastal engineer at the SEPI group in Stellenbosch.
Okay, I know SEPI is an abbreviation.
Yes.
And it sounds like it starts with an F, but it doesn't. CEPI, right?
Yes.
What is that for me?
So that basically equates to coastal engineering and port infrastructure. So it grabs the entirety of engineering in the port and coastal environment, which includes everything from your maritime transport all the way to your ports and then connecting to the hinterland.
Okay, so we've got three different disciplines here, even though you're all scientists and researchers, but computer, you said pharmaceutics and
engineering.
Okay, interesting. So, again, I'm asking all three of you, how did you find out about the careers that you chose?
So when I came to the CSIR, I would say as a child, but children are not allowed to work, so I'll say I was young. So, and I had a background in chemistry, basically analytical chemistry. So I was from the Tshwane University of Technology. I was here to do a lot of analysis as a technician. But then after my in-service training, they said I could join the team. I guess I was working very hard. And the team was working on formulation of TB drug treatment. So that's how I got into pharmaceutics.
If you think about it, you know, when you turn on TV, we hear about global economy, world trade, maritime transport, and everything that is coastal is such a big part of our life. It is difficult to miss and ever changing. And also, you know, the statistics say that about 40% of the world's population stays within about 100 kilometers from the coastline. So it really plays an integral role in the livelihood of people in terms of fishing, in terms of how they use the coastal waters and everything. So it's really, really difficult to miss, and it's ever changing. So not to be part of that is really difficult. So that in itself inspired me from the start. So after graduating from the University of Stellenbosch, I just graduated with a bachelor's degree. Decided to start working straight away because I wasn't 100% sure which profession I wanted to pursue. And they specialized in concept engineering and project implementation. And they had two main focuses. The one was roads and civils, and the other part was port and coastal. And that's where my whole career and introduction into port and coastal engineering started.
Why did you choose roads and civils?
There's a bad saying in the engineering field: if you are a roads and civil engineer, you're going to end up with broken furniture and dumb children just because you have to move from one location to the other. No, that's just the stigma that's added to it. But yes, the whole interest, the whole environment of port and coastal is just so dynamic because no two projects are ever the same. So there's no plug and play recipe or formula that fits all projects.
And you're never bored.
You're never bored. So there's no repetition, you know, there's no getting stuck in the same process over and over. And that is, I think, the essence of creating a good mind and keep it going. So just to keep the creative juices flowing is a nice environment that the whole sport and coastal environment fosters.
Bingo. So I'll just rewind a bit to, you know, why I even chose my undergraduate degree. So I think at the time we didn't really have career fairs that we do now, like something like that. It would have been really beneficial. So I did a little old school. I read, university booklets, stuff like that. And what I noticed is that with computer science, if you enjoy doing puzzles or solving, complex problems, and it's bringing something to life, this was going to be a good path to go for me. I also noticed that there was a lot of variety in this kind of career. So I could be a games developer if I wanted, an analyst, a software engineer. I thought that, the varieties are endless. I want to get in here. So after getting into the CSIR bursary program, which also happened early in my career, I was absorbed into the defense and security cluster where we had a lot of cybersecurity projects. I really enjoyed it. I enjoyed everything about it. And I thought this was a great opportunity to give back to the community in terms of cybersecurity, but also to be involved in developing, innovative and exciting products for people.
Okay. Wow, you guys are very interesting. Me, I just read in English. Sometimes, how you are never bored. I sometimes I'm so watching. Oh, I love my job. So interesting. I'm also never bored. So Kgatle tapped a little bit into why this profession, out of all the professions you could have chosen in the science genre. So whenever somebody goes, why this one? I know you're a little bit led to it.
Yeah, so I was led to it, but at any point during the time that I was studying, I could have chosen to go for another degree. But I decided, and when I had the opportunity to do a dual PhD, I decided on a PhD in pharmaceutical sciences and chemical sciences, and that's basically because I wanted to marry the two to be able to create drug treatment specifically suited for African people. Because I realized that, in the pharmaceutical global chain, I could say the pharmaceutical global chain is broken because we don't participate in a lot of innovation. What we call pharmaceutical companies in South Africa are actually finishers. So what they do is they get APIs from overseas and then they come and put them in bottles. And so we don't innovate any drug treatment. And so that means that whatever we get, has been tested to be effective for the people from where they come from. So if it comes from the West, it's tested to be effective from the West. But we have different genetics. So it might not be as effective when it comes to Africa. So that's what interested me in making drug treatments for Africans. And I thought that we could marry the two fields, the chemistry and the pharmaceutical chemistry, to make formulations that would actually be suitable for the needs of Africans.
Okay, thank you, Rebecca. So with me, I also, wanted to do something creative where I also got a say in what I do. So me doing my work every day, it's not very repetitive. There are different days where I do different things and different projects, and I also kind of get to have a say in what I do. So I really like that, excitement, but I do get a level of discipline comes with it. So yeah, I think in a nutshell, I enjoy the creativity, and it's really fulfilling to see your product come to life.
Yeah. Do you have any more to add to why this field in particular?
It's a very important question, and I think one of the answers in that is, we all have a role to play in society. So the engineering field that I chose is just another jigsaw piece in the puzzle, in the machine that keeps all the gears spinning for our modern society. So it's really nice to be a bridging part for me, for instance, between maritime trade and then going into the hinterland. And then also for people, for their livelihoods, to be able to go into the ocean, develop something for them, and to improve the quality of life through engineering. So I think it's that whole process of, like my colleagues have said as well, that being able to see something that we implement, change and touch the lives of others. And this is a really nice platform to be able to do that.
So my follow-up question to that, what are some of the innovations that you have done that, because I get the concept of what you do, but I don't get it. So what do you create like a physical thing that you use in the ocean to do what?
So the speciality for myself at the CSIR is in physical modeling. more in particular 2D and 3D physical modeling. And that is where we go out and we build an actual design according to the specifications provided to us. And then we test it in real-life simulations to see if it is going to be able to sustain the conditions that you will face in the real world. So in some sense, we always like to use the analogy of building sandcastles on the beach, whereas someone says to us they want to have a project, call it a sandcastle. We build a sandcastle, and then the sea comes, and as it approaches, it washes your sandcastle away. But in that process, we learn so much about the processes involved and also the improvements that we can make to, in the end, not build a sandcastle, but rather put a boulder down that the sea cannot wash away. And that's where the work that we do at the CSIR forms such an integral part of the whole design of each and every project that is implemented around the coast.
I like how your analogy only they help me to grasp the concept. So, Matloga, what innovations have you worked on that have helped the pilot?
So as I said, I work a lot on drug treatments. So we currently do not. So we recently started the platform just after I finished my PhD. So I've just come back from from overseas into the CSIR, and I started what we call the biotherapeutics delivery platform. So I lead the platform, and I have students and researchers that work on the platform where we are trying to, as I said, make drugs that are suitable for the African community. And one that we've recently started working on, and we're trying to make leeway in that, is working on thermostable insulin. So insulin is the protein drug that is the most successful in treating diabetes currently. And we know that in South Africa, there is a lot of people, the incidence of diabetes, of people with diabetes are rising. Just last year in 2022, there were about 90,000 people in South Africa that died of diabetes-related diseases. So those are the people that actually passed away, and there are more that are actually diagnosed, that are living with diabetes. But then, in our country, we have a lot of challenges in terms of drug treatment, like insulin that have to be kept in the fridge, #load shedding. Yeah. And then there's also the logistics of it all, because we import most of these drugs. You can imagine how expensive it is to keep a drug at that low temperature from the time you import it. Then you have to deliver it all the way to a rural village where people don't even have access to electricity. So we're trying to develop drug treatment that can stay stable at medium temperature, where people can still use them and they can still be effective.
What have you worked on?
Okay, so in South Africa, we all now have cell phones, we've got more access to computers and all of these digital technologies. So while we are kind of ready and we are digitalizing a little bit, we're not really ready in terms of cybersecurity. I'm sure your aunts or your parents have sent you those chain messages where you click on malicious links and they just don't stop. So one of the projects that I'm working on is the cybersecurity learning factory. So this aims at fixing this, combating the cybersecurity skills shortage in the country, empowering communities, students, and SMEs with the skills that they need to navigate these issues, also to become cybersecurity professionals and to get into those fields. So that's one of the most exciting ones. Then probably on a daily basis, I developed campaigns for governments to ensure that companies are compliant, to evolving regulations and all of that, and are really secure overall.
Okay, that might not be as exciting, but it's actually very important work that you do on a daily basis.
Extremely important, because we all know that if we don't comply to the POPI Act, for example, an organization could be fined up to 10 million. So it's extremely important.
Extremely important. Those links. So they how they tell you I know read something, or if you don't send it 20 times, then you're gonna have bad luck. And you're like, no, I don't want the bad luck. I'm forwarding. And then you're spreading it.
Yeah, they are getting more sophisticated. So what we find is that even cybersecurity professionals have to look twice. They have to think twice. We don't always know that this is malicious or not. So we always have to be really careful and educate all of us about it.
Okay. Yeah, if you have to look twice, what about right? So now, if you wanted to encourage someone to join your field, not how, not who they are, your. How would you do it? What would you say to them to, reel them in?
I mean, I think joining any field in the sciences requires one to have a curious mind. You have to be someone that likes solving problems, because that's what we do on a daily basis. We identify problems in the community and we solve them. So in my field specifically, we identify problems in health in the society and we try to solve them. So it has to be someone that's really, really passionate about solving problems in health, I would say, and someone that has persistence, because we fail a lot before we succeed in science, you tell someone about a project today, 2 years from now, they're asking you whether that medication is ready, and you constantly have to keep saying, no, it's not ready yet, no, it's not ready yet. But I think when you do get to a point where you are successful, how it impacts the society makes it all worth it. So it's all about persistence as well as being curious and wanting to really solve problems that impact the community.
Beta, we want them all to come to that security.
So I'm going to make it a bit more fun.
Okay.
I would say, you get to get your hands dirty and get the latest technologies to play with, to break if you need to. Just to. So yeah, we are encouraging you to break things, to safely hack into something, just to show a company, with permission, of course, is what could happen. So I think you get that kind of great opportunity, which I think is invaluable, but also, like my colleague said, always the curiosity. So if you want to get into science, you're not going to know everything. Get comfortable with being silly sometimes, because you just don't know it yet, but you'll get got it. How?
I love what my two colleagues have just said. And especially the last part with breaking stuff. We in the physical modeling, not to be confused with coastal engineering, but in the physical modeling environment specifically, we always say that the fun only starts when the structure that we build starts to break. Because if it doesn't break, it's really boring.
Oh.
And the engineer is really happy.
Yeah,
and if it does start to break, we see the action happening and the engineers with their hands in their hair, and we know that there's going to come a new design, which is new opportunities for us, more work for us. So that's really, adding on to getting your hands dirty. It's really a fun part of engineering, the whole physical modeling environment. Engineering as a whole, I definitely agree. You need a lot of creativity, also the perseverance. If you look at engineering in itself, it doesn't always give you that satisfaction straight away. Sometimes there's a long wait and a lot of processes that needs to be followed for that final satisfaction to take place, for that end result to finally happen, and for the final product to finally be delivered. And you need to be persistent and keep on going for that final basic outcome to reach its goal. So you really need to hang in there. And if you find yourself, being able to do that, let the creative juices flow. Just because engineering or any other field is difficult doesn't mean that you cannot do it. So if it is your passion to get creative ideas out there, then pursue it.
You see, you just answered part of my last question I was going to ask you, but before I ask you the last question, have you ever gotten anything on purpose? It's
a very difficult question to answer because it's going to be a record.
So the last question I was going to ask you is, clearly you are in the field because you're in the field you're in science, specifically because you are passionate about it. You have all said that you don't always succeed the first time. you sometimes think, yes, you've never succeeded. Okay, you never succeeded the first time.
I think that's called cooking the books.
You have to hang in there, you have to be patient, you have to pass faith. So why would you encourage anyone to join a profession like that? Why science? Why should I now leave my comfortable thing that I'm doing where I know I'm always going to succeed the first time and come and join science? Why science? How?
I think you hit the nail on the head there. And I think when you get comfortable, you start to get bored. When you get bored, you get old. And you know where that leads to. So, yeah, and I think that's basically what keeps us young, is that whole creativity. And to be able to stay creative and with the whole idea of an end goal in mind keeps us young and keeps our brains active and keeps the whole cogs and mechanisms going. If you look at the people that is in our professions, when you look at them, they don't want to retire just because of the excitement and the satisfaction and everything that leads up to that. And in contrast, people that are comfortable, nice couch potatoes. Yes, it's a comfortable life, but in the end, what do you have to show? So I think in the end, it makes yourself as a person just so much richer by gaining all that experience through science and innovation.
Wow. I like what Carl has said. It's really profound, and I think that while we talk about science as something that solves problems for the communities and for the world, and we're saying how we really, really need scientists out there, but some things you have to do for yourself in order to be able to pour out from a full cup. I'll give an example. When I went to study overseas for my PhD, wasn't only because I wanted to solve problems. I could have gotten a very great PhD in South Africa from any university. We have great universities here. I could have gotten a great supervisor here. We have many great scientists here who could have supervised me. But I wanted to see the world, so I did it for myself. By the time I came back, my passport was full. Because I was traveling any conference where I have the opportunity to go to, just not in Europe, in Asia, in the US, I would go. So science does give you that opportunity when you are a student and also when you are a scientist. You get to attend these workshops, these conferences. You get to go and work in a completely new environment in another university to learn a new skill. And this all, contributes to you as a person and what you want out of life. So it's not just about the community. Of course, yes, it's about solving problems, but it's also about, what you contribute to self as well.
That's very difficult to now add to what I said. But yes, I think it's very fulfilling. And you get to definitely leave a legacy behind. But maybe to add a little bit more on what Dr. Bile said, you don't typically get to travel, overseas with other careers. But as a scientist, even as a student, I got to study, not to study, I got to attend conferences in other countries. I did, travel quite a bit. So I think with students, that is a very good motivation. You want to study, you want to go to other countries, put the work in, try, write a conference paper, and you get to go. You could also meet influential people. There's also opportunities for that. And I think just being around, smart people, that's also a great reason to get into science.
So I guess my little daughter already knows what she wants because she's supposed to do an oral in Afrikaans about what she wants to be when she grows up. And she said she wants to be a scientist. And then one of the sense of the motivation for wanting to be, she said she wants to travel the world. So I'm a bit of Italian. Actually, kids already know. And the one, and she wanted to come to career days. I'm like, girl, you're on this. So it was a pleasure having you here today, and I learned a lot from all of you. Do any of you have like one final, anything that you want to add? Anything that you feel like you want to add more? Otherwise, we come to the end of our show.
I think in any career, it's always nice to get a little phrase to almost summarize just a way to move forward. And maybe this is where the engineering field makes it very much applicable to this thing that I'm saying now. Because someone once taught us that if you hear something, you tend to forget it. If you read it, you remember it. But if you do it, you understand it. And I think that summarizes, our field of engineering up so well, because that hands-on experience, that hands-on being a part of something, really, really fosters that understanding, the great understanding of something within you.
That's true. All right. I don't want to end, but I don't have any more questions. So can you just sit here and I admire you? No, I guess not. Thank you so much for joining us. We'll be back again at 12:30 for our second session for today. Thank you so much. How much have you left in the data? Thank you for having us.
Yes. Thank you so much.
Yeah, it's 5:30. Okay.
It's 12:30. That means it is time for our second session of our STEMiflix Career Corner. I am Bonati Zwakali, and I am here with Atlegang Nyakale, who has been a bursary, who was actually a bursary holder, CSIR bursary holder for 6 years, from 2015 until 2021. 2021. So we are going to be having a discussion about all things CSIR bursary. So, as we get started, tell us a little bit about yourself and how you came to find out about the CSIR bursary.
Okay, so my name is Atlegang Nyakale, and I was born and bred in Garambua. That's where I did my primary and also my high school. So my background is in chemical engineering. I studied chemical engineering at the University of Pretoria. And how I came to find out about the CSIR bursary program is from a family relative. So at the time, I was doing my matric and really excited, for the next step, which is going to university. And my marks were really good. I knew my marks were really good for me to get into university. But I was also aware of the fact that my parents at the time could not afford me, to go into university. So I was actively looking at, the different basic programs, and CSIR was one of them.
Okay, so why, out of all the ones that you came across, why did you choose the CSIR one in particular?
Because in grade 11, I think that's when I found interest in research and development. I wasn't certain what career I will be pursuing at the time, but I just knew R&D is where I will be. And so looking at the CSIR and the work, the research and development work that's being done here, I just saw it as an opportunity to, also position myself, not just for them to fund my studies, but also, for potential work, because it's something that I'm really interested and passionate in.
Okay. So what support did you receive throughout your years as a CSIR bursary?
Very excited for everybody. So it's my academic life. So the main, financial and psychological.
It actually sounds like it was all round.
It was all round.
The CSIR doesn't only focus on the studies, you know, but it focuses on you as a person, because it understands that for you to function in your job and in school, you have to be whole as a person. So I think that's where the people-centered value comes in. So it's not only for the employees, but they transfer it also to their bosses.
Yes, because also during these one-on-one sessions, one of the questions would be, you know, is everything okay at home, you know, in your personal life, and, you know, just try find a way to get you through that. So it was an all-round support. Yes.
So this has nothing to do with your bursary journey, but I want to find out, how was the transition for you from now going to class, having a lecturer in front of you, you know, feeding off a person, to having to self-teach, if I can put it that way, to having to have the discipline to attend an online class if there is one? How was what's the word? How did the change affect you?
It was really hard. I think even if it was not COVID, that in itself would have been a big transition. And, you know, honest classes, we aren't as many. I think in my first semester classes, we were probably 10, and, you know, probably 1 or 2 people. So it was really a struggle, because then you can't even reach out to a lot of people for help. All you have are these slides and you know, sometimes lecturers do not even avail themselves. So it just took, I think, a lot of discipline for me to just, you know, try and keep up with my work. But also I had, you know, amazing people in my corner that really, like, got me through the year, you know, with the loss. Yeah, especially with my dad's passing. But I had, you know, like, friends and family that would constantly check up, that would, you know, be with me through the times. So it was a hard transition, but
you managed, you passed.
Yeah, you know, it's actually funny, because a couple of weeks back, I was looking at my academic transcript, and I'm like, how did I even do this? How did I even do this? You know, but yeah.
I think it also goes to show that you as a person have that inner strength that one would often needs to, you know, sometimes when you're going through adversities, you either fight or flight. It's flight or flight. It's fight or flight. But it means you chose to fight. You chose to dig deep inside of you, despite what you were going through, and you pulled through. Yeah. You know, that's really admirable. So back to now the bursary. So one of the requirements is that you have to do 6 weeks of vacation work, right?
Yes.
How did that help you with your growth and development?
So with vacation work, for me, really, because you get exposed to, you know, the different various works that are done in your field. So for instance, with me, I was always placed under a chemical engineer, right, at a specific department. And what that did is to help me find my interests as well. You know, to say, okay, so we have chemical engineer, whoever who's doing 1 to 3, and then there's another chemical engineer in the same company but doing a different day. So then when you share with these people and you are doing vacation work, you also just see and get a feel of what your interests are, and how, you know, when you leave vacation work, how can you then build on these interests. Yeah.
So chemical engineering has different. First of all, what is chemical engineering?
Ooh, okay. You are really So chemical engineering is a discipline, right, of engineering, but what mostly chemical engineers focus on is your process design, your process optimization. So you will be designing, for instance, reactors for a certain process, right? And your job as well is, okay. Okay, so say we are trying to produce something here at the CSIR, right? We need can I say containers for
Yes.
simple words, right? Containers where we will be running these experiments, right? So my job as a chemical engineer will have to, I'll be looking at, what type of, for instance, material can I use for this container to better suit this reaction. Right?
You see, that's explanation I needed for me.
I'll try to keep
but I did put you in this spot.
Yeah, so that, and just obviously optimizing, the process to make sure that you are getting, optimal product that you are producing. Just there's a lot. I mean, I have friends who are now in banking as chemical engineers because in your university years you are trained to solve any problem. Basically, you are problem solvers. So you can be placed anywhere and still manage.
So you will always have a job.
I will always have a job.
Clever girl.
I always have a job. Yes.
Okay, so what advice would you give to someone who's considering applying for a CSIR bursary?
So for anyone who's considering to apply for a CSIR bursary, I think also for any bursary, honestly, to just do a bit of research into the company that you want to apply to, what kind of work they do. Is it a place where, you think you'll be able to fit in after them paying for your fees? And also just, try find out what benefits are being offered, if they are obviously saying which benefits are being offered. And yeah.
So you say you must do research. So obviously you did your research into the CSIR, and you did mention earlier on that the research and development that we do at the organization is what attracted you. Is there anything else that made you, come here besides the research and development work that interested you?
Okay, first is the research and development, but I think, just CSIR being a company that, is always on media and, having to see what impact they have to communities, because it's not just the research and development, it's work that we take out there to, change people's lives, to better the quality of life. I mean, we are producing, technologies that do not just end up in the lab and within the CSIR, but we can take out there for people to use and to improve their lives. So I think, there's another thing to not just do R&D, but do work that is impactful for other people.
It's like an example is today.
Yeah.
The career day that we do, we bring learners to come and experience, what the CSIR can offer.
Yes. And I wish I had that because I was not really exposed to career days and such, but these are, great opportunities for learners, and they should really use them.
That's true, because I think the career days, they broaden your mind. You might think you wanted to do a certain career, and then you go there and you find out all the information and what it's about, and then you're like, actually no, but there's something else that I can go to. So that's true. So what advice would you give to someone who wants to enter into a career in science, engineering, and technology? What kind of a person must they be? What qualities must they possess?
Firstly, good grades. Even science.
Sorry, can I just? What grade must you get in maths and science in high school to be able to do what you do?
What grades?
Yeah, like what, 90%? Don't like what?
I mean, 60, 70.
Okay. But you can't do math.
Yes, you can't do math. It must be pure math and physics. And yes, your math and your physics must be strong. So it's level 6, level 7 strong. And
you speak levels. When I met in the day, I come from when we were done something.
Yes, so level 6, level 7. And also, I think, you need to find where your passion lies, honestly, where your passion and your interests lie, because, and also try and match those with, current jobs in the market that are probably in demand. Like, for example, now with 4IR and all these digital, jobs that require, people with IT skills, those are in demand. But you obviously need to have a passion and interest for, IT for you to do that. Because I know, for instance, like coding and all of these computer things are not really mine. Yes. So I wouldn't necessarily go into like an IT job. So you really need to find what interests you, what passions you have, and try to align them with the jobs that are there, and also to just advise them to attend these career days. I think in this day and age, there's just so much information on social media, I mean, we are posting about this CSIR career day on Instagram as well. So don't just scroll through. These are really important days where information is shared and information that can truly, change the course of your life. So just try, find events where you can always go and learn and find out more about, the career that you are interested in, and also just be exposed to the other, careers that you probably didn't even know exist out there. Yeah.
Okay. What interesting? Okay, let me not say interesting. What R&D work? That's now smart. So what R&D work or projects have you been involved in since you've been in the CSIR, whether it was when you were still a student or now that you work here?
Okay. So when I was a student, I was doing a modeling and simulation project. So what that entailed was we were looking at, I remember, I think it was a collaboration for CSIR and Eskom, where they transport coal using their trucks, right? But then these, the coal can easily combust and catch fire during transportation because of the available oxygen that's there. So our job was to try and find a solution as to how can we better transport the coal, what sort of trucks would be needed, what measures can be placed in the truck to to
prevent the combustion.
Yes, the combustion. Yeah, so that's one of the projects I've worked on as a student.
Did you find this a solution? Are you still working on it?
It's back work. The project was still ongoing, and I never found out but that was an interesting one.
Yeah, that sounds interesting, even for me.
Yes, and now I just finished one project where we were, so a client came where this client is growing CBD.
Yes, I do.
Yeah, they're growing, they actually have a medical license to grow CBD. And what we are looking at is there are so many products now in the market that contain CBD, right? With the creams now, these tablets that people take. But what the tablets do is that they do not give you optimal results because it goes through so many things, and by the time it needs to work, it's just so little. So we were looking at making a vaping liquid actually, because when you inhale, it gets to your systems quicker and works actually faster. So we were trying to just come up with a formulation where we can add CBD, and the client can actually take it to the market.
So instead of taking a pill, you would be...
Yeah. Yes, but
what illness?
Yes, and you see what that project, I was exposed to so many things, because now you really read, do your research, and find out so much of these vaping products that are actually out there are not even regulated. There's so many chemicals, so many stuff
that shouldn't be in there.
That shouldn't be in there, and it's actually, like research that shows that these things can cause. It's called popcorn lungs. So eventually, those oils that build up in your lungs and can, cause obviously diseases. And now our job was to look at substitutes also for these oils. So safe safe materials that we can now put in our vaping product and incorporate CBD and give to the client. Yeah.
Chemical engineering be interesting.
Yes, and the current project that I'm working on, we're actually looking at cigarette smoking, where so many people smoke, and so many chemicals that people actually take into their bodies, and we are coming up with basically like a mouthpiece that has specific material that a person can just put on the cigarette when smoking. And what this material does is that it filters out most of these toxicants. So instead of all these chemicals that are in the cigarette smoke getting into your lungs, they're actually being filtered out by specific material, and
then will the person who's smoking still get the satisfaction?
Yes, so that's part of the project to invest, because people,
not that I'm promoting, but it's something I'm thinking to myself. If I were a smoker,
yeah,
suddenly you're giving me something that's taking away from the thing that the vavavoom that I want.
Yeah.
Will I actually use the product?
Yeah, so the vavavoom is actually nicotine. That's what most people are.
Then what is all this other stuff?
Your carbon monoxide, your tar, your ammonia.
Why do they put it in?
It's not necessarily put in, but remember cigarettes have tobacco, right? So during smoking, you are burning tobacco, right? So then the burning process produces these chemicals.
Oh,
yes. So we are looking into maintaining the good stuff, while getting rid of all the unwanted carcinogenic stuff.
Wow.
Yes.
Guys, you know how much I've learned today between the three guests I had earlier and yourself. My mind is. But I must say, I'm leaning towards chemical engineering.
Okay.
Yes, girl. If I still had the brain image to do a new degree. Also, no, I didn't do science school. Scrap it. Yeah, scratch that idea. Wasn't going to work anyway. Wow, I really, really have learned a lot today. I don't know if there's anything more that you want to tell our viewers, about your field, or about, how much I digressed, because we are here to talk about the CSIR bursary program. If there's anything else that you would want to tell our viewers about the bursary program, or anything about your field, or encourage them to, take up science, engineering, and technology as a career, the floor is yours.
Okay, I'll just expand on the bursary thing, because I think the good thing about the CSIR is that it always supports, people to further the studies. So I did undergrad and then my honors, and then COVID, that was my honors year, and then I was like, okay, I'm not going to continue with my master's at the time, but I would like to come and, get some experience. Yes, and this year I decided, actually want to continue with my studies. Yes, and the CSIR has been very supportive in that aspect. So I'm currently registered now for my master's, and hopefully a PhD with it. Yes, so the support is there, and just to encourage people to just reach out to people, speak to people, network with people, because when you don't interact with people, you'll never get the information, and also just to use, social media in the correct way. There's information on Instagram, on Facebook, on Twitter, to just look for that information and use it.
And what I like is the CSIR bursary program is not only for careers in STEM, but also support staff and everybody. Excuse me, when you are in the CSIR, you have an opportunity to apply for a bursary and to further your studies in the field in which you work. And it's amazing. It's people-centeredness, like I said. Atlegang, thank you so much for joining us for our session. I really did learn so much. We'll be back again for our third session at 1:45. 1:45 next. Wait, let me check. Let me double check. It's 13:45 at 1:45. I'll bring you our last session for today. Atlegang, thank you.
Thank you, Sister Betty.
To see me. I need discomfort.
There's no cut there.
It's nice. I forgot all everything I think about.
I'm ready.
So do we start? Good afternoon and welcome to our third session of our STEMiflix Career Corner. I am still Untitled. This time I bring you a panel of 3 guests, Uboniswa, Ubando, Notarang, who are going to tell us more about their careers, why they joined them, how they joined them, and how it's going. I'm going to ask all of you to please introduce yourselves, your name, your surname, what you do, and then tell us, give us a summary of your professional background. I'm going to start with Taba.
Okay, I'm Taba Mabeo. I'm from Rustenburg. And I came to Prince William with school, and I'm currently doing my master's in industrial physics, focusing or majoring in photonics. So photonics is basically, this application, the study and application of light in different applications. Yes, and I knew about this. I was intrigued in physics when I was doing grade 9 or 10. Then my physical science teacher, was teaching based on the waves and electromagnetic spectrum and stuff. Then I was intrigued, and that's when I decided to say, okay, I'll study physics. But I noticed that TUT is offering a diploma in industrial physics, photonics actually. And I was like, oh, that's a good opportunity. Because normally, you have to study the broad general physics. Then at your master's level, I think that's where you yes. So that's for me, that's a good opportunity to grow up, and I registered for that. So in CSIR, I work both in the battery testing lab and the PV testing lab. PV is being photovoltaic solar panels. Yes. So basically, that's me. Yes.
All right.
Okay, my name is Wando. I'm originally from Pumela, but I was studied in Portuguese, which is formerly known as Toledo now. From Nelson Mandela University, I studied IT there, focusing on software development. So currently I hold a master's in my current field. Not sure if I'm going to consider doing PhD or not. But yeah, joined CSIR at 2022 during COVID time. Remember, that was the first time I even came to...
2020 was last year, 2020.
Sorry, 2020. Yeah, 2020. Remember, that was even the first time I came to Pretoria, because even the time I was working mostly from home due to the situation we were facing for almost like 6 months. And then I only came to the office after that time, and then I got to see my colleagues and stuff. So as I said, within the CSIR, I'm working on with the cluster called Next Generation Enterprises and Institutes, particularly in the SAMI group, which is Spectrum Access Management and Innovation. So maybe you might know a famous project that we focus on with the SAMI group is called TV White Space. So as I mentioned, since I'm a software developer, I've been working with the team on the development of the TV White Space project or TV White Space ecosystem. So currently, right now, we're just doing a lot of deployment of the TV White Space technology around the rural areas and even other towns, such as towns in KZN, Devon. Recently, we've been working with another external entity called Ednos. They are different branch called Ednos Digital. Me and my team, we were responsible for handling Ednos, because if you might know, the spectrum switch, which is a particular aspect of the TV White Space project, is another system. We had to prepare it for Ednos to use, because remember, with the TV White Space, we are licensing the the system that we developed or the end product. Because remember, the project itself, it works with EPASA's RWSG, which is okay, let me not explain that one. But yeah, so that's mostly my focus within the CSR, and I work with other team members as well.
You know what, a person is passionate about what they talk about. They want to give you all the information I'm busy saying. But in my editing that I do at the CSIR, I've done a lot of editing of the documents that talk about the TY notes. So I actually am familiar with the project. Yes. Boniswa.
Thank you. My name is Boniswa Mashala, and I was born in the North West but raised in Pretoria, and I hold an honors in urban and regional planning.
Heard of that too?
Yeah, so I didn't know anything about urban and regional planning for me to actually get into it. So how I discovered urban and regional planning was my mom was studying logistics at the time. So I wanted obviously to follow suit because I think it's easier to follow into someone's footsteps than to actually being a part of your own. So I wanted to do that. But as I was researching more about logistics and the built environment and transport, I came across urban and regional planning as I was studying programs at Wits University, checking out what they have available, and about urban and regional planning. So what it's essentially about is, studying the cityscape and the urban space, how different elements of the city come together and how they make the city function. Okay. So what I'm currently doing at the CSIR, in line with that, is I'm working in transportation, which is, one crucial element of the city space. So we are currently just developing technologies and smart solutions on how to make transportation better, safer, and more accessible to South Africans.
Is that part of the study that the CSIR was helping the Gauteng Regional Transport? What was it called again? I did a whole lot of editing of documents that had to do. What was it again?
So much that we do.
It was the study of the traveling patterns.
Yes, the household travel.
Yes, that one.
Yes.
So you are involved in this. You see, now today I get to meet people that are involved in the work that I usually just read about. Yes. So it's very exciting. So you've touched on, I think you all touched on how you came to know about the fields that you chose. But why did you choose those fields specifically? Because you could have chosen any other field in the science, area, if I can put it that way. But you chose that specific one. So why that one? Why IT?
Okay, so for me, if I may be honest, originally I didn't want to study IT at university. I think I wanted to study analytical chemistry because coming from high school, I was very fascinated about chemistry and the work that we did on physics and what do they call it? Natural science.
Yes.
So, but unfortunately, I didn't get accepted for that one. And then my second option was IT. So going into IT, I didn't really know what it was because that wasn't my main focus by the time I was applying from high school. Yeah, I was like, okay, then let me just take this one. But then when I got to varsity, maybe let me just explain this. Maybe it might resonate with someone that is out there that maybe might find themselves in a very same position. Mm-hmm. So going into IT, I didn't really know much about computers. I didn't even have a personal computer myself. So a lot of things I got to learn while I was still at varsity level, like for example, how to use a computer, what are operating systems, how to even type like a report or an essay on the computer itself. But I'll say through the dedication or maybe the hard work or maybe through the situation that I'm coming from back at home, that it forced me to quickly adapt to the current environment that I was in, and then quickly learn about all of these new things that are new to me. And then after then I fell in love with it, and then I was like, okay, this is actually something that I'm really passionate about and that I could excel in, given that I put in the enough work that is needed for my side.
It just goes to show that sometimes if the path that we thought we would be on doesn't work, maybe the path that we are forced to be on is actually the path that we are meant to be on.
Yeah.
That's what you are telling me. Thulani, why did you choose Nkosi?
Yeah, since he dived deep into his story, I think I was going to give an overview, but yeah, as I said, I was first started, during STAS, and we were doing a topic of waves, and it intrigued me. And I was one of the students who will, follow a teacher to his office and ask you questions. One of those who sit in the front.
Yeah, all the questions.
Yeah, but I went to his office, and his office was full of, magazines, and I've seen lasers, how laser cool is, how laser, how cool they are. I saw the pictures, his chairs there, and I was like, wow. I think, on our conversation, he touched about the study of light, lasers, and application. I was like, okay, I think that will be the what I want to study, lasers. Okay, so when I was applying for universities, of course, I was applying for physics, and in some, other institutions, they rejected me. Some didn't respond to me. I was like, hey, what's going to happen? Yeah, but fortunately, mentors, we do have those camps for study camps and stuff, winter camps and summer camps. During winter camp, I met this other guy. He was a tutor. He was studying electrical engineering in TUT, and I took his numbers, and I was just like, the following year, January, I texted him. Okay, I need to apply, and they have rejected me, but I need to apply. Can you help? Fortunately, there were these walk-ins in TUT, so he just said, "Come to Pretoria." By the time I didn't know, I don't have money. I just made a plan. It's like I'm going there. When I got there, when you're desperate, you make choices. I registered for biotechnology. I was excelling in it, but it wasn't what I wanted. Yeah, but throughout the year, learning about the campus and stuff, I noticed actually the physics department that I want, it's actually the same department. So I just went there and was like, okay, next year I'm coming back here. And my physics teacher, my physics pro lecturer, he advised me to say, okay, you can come there. We are manufacturing lenses and what. And I was like, yeah, that's what I want. The following year, I changed to industrial physics. That's how I got to it.
The power of determination.
Yeah.
And also, I think similar. If the path that you want doesn't work, you choose another one. And fortunately for you, you were able to go back to your passion. So, what is one? Yeah.
My story's not that deep, but showing someone like the other. Honestly, I didn't even know what regional planning was. It's just it was just one of those. It's broader than logistics. I don't really know what it is, but I'm just gonna do it because I can't sit for it at home. That kind of thing. And as I went through the course, I realized that wow, it is actually a very broad course that is able to accommodate, a lot of different aspects, And I'm a person that loves people, so I knew that whatever I want to be, it has to do with people. So, evident regional planning allows you to interact with people because everything you do for the city, whatever you're designing, it needs to be for a person. It needs to be for people. So there was a lot of, dealing with societies, dealing with communities, dealing with people, and making sure that whatever solutions that we're coming up with or whatever, designs that we're coming up with are touching lives, are touching people, So, yeah, that's kind of why I stayed there because, I could have just chosen another path after my first year, but I really stayed there because it was really just people-centered, and that's where I wanted.
You see, you've always been meant to make work at the CSIR, touching lives, being people-centered. It's good. It's a good thing. It means you're not just saying it, but you're living it and you believe it, and it's something that you came here with.
Yeah.
So you know, you and the CSIR are just matchmaking heaven. You know? So, staying with you, if you were to encourage someone to join your particular field, what would you tell them? I'm not joining Zama. So if there are three, they were all three of them, but you want them to join yours. So what would you say to each other?
You know, if you're a person that loves people like me, okay. If you're a person that loves to be out and about, you don't want to be, you know, office bound, you don't want to be in one place all the time, then I think my career is the place to be. You know, I'm working in transport, you know, not just, you know, urban planning, but working in the transport space. We deal with a lot of different industry players, you know, because we have your taxi industry, you have your bus industry, you know, you have pedestrians, you have non-motorized transport. So we deal with a lot of different kinds of people in a lot of different kinds of environments. So if you're a person that loves the outdoors, you love interacting with different people in different spaces, then definitely join mine.
I'm already sold because you get to travel, right?
Yes.
And a lot. And talk to people. Okay, no, I can't be. I'm big friend. How do you encourage someone to join you?
Okay, to join my field, I would say, I mean, physics is broad. So, I mean, if you have a passion about physics, physics is broad. So, my field is actually just a branch of physics. Okay, so with what I'm working on, actually, you know, it's focused mostly on energy. Okay. And currently, based on our current energy state in the country, and looking at the integration of the renewable energies into in our country, the market is booming. The first thing I would tell them is that you don't want to have a qualification you sit at home. Yes. That's the negative side of the things. So you want to identify a career path that has a lot of opportunities. And looking at the renewable energies and what I studied, it's broad, and also renewable energy being part of this, it actually offers a lot and vast of job opportunities. So I don't know, but I mean, we might have job scarcity somewhere, but with energy crisis that we have right now, you might want to take a career path that will help you solve these issues of the country. Yes.
Okay, so I think we can all agree that currently IT is amongst the high employing careers because of its diversity, because you are able to work in any industry, in any company, if you can even narrow it down to there. So how I would go about advertising yourself?
Yeah, you are.
Okay, how I would go about advertising my career is that I would say, number one, as my colleague said, you need to look at a career that is high with a high employment rate, which I think we've already touched on that one. But let's say if you're a person who is, because as human beings, there's a satisfaction with encountering a problem and then being able to solve it. So if you are in IT, there's a lot of that. There are a lot of issues or problems that you will encounter. One being from your studies, if you are coming from varsity. Two being having to adjust within an organization and a company. And then even drilling it down to the particular systems that you'll be working on. Because with IT, you are working with the particulars that make up a final picture. So for example, with the TVI space project that I was telling you about, if you are going there and then you are programming it, you have to encounter an issue where you are saying, now I need to display this type of information on a particular map. It needs to tell me these are the devices that are deployed in Johannesburg. Then these particular devices are online, these are offline. If you are coming from the background where you do not know any or you don't have any experience in that particular area,
you will encounter that problem, but at the end of the day, you will come across or you come to a solution. And that goes back to what I was saying about a satisfaction with encountering the problem and then getting to a solution. So yeah, that would be basically how I advertise my.
Just to add up, one of my friends told me that if you are motivating someone to choose a career, don't tell them about passion. They are black children, right? The most important thing is money. I mean, looking at where we are coming from. But I would say you can work for money and get a lot of money, but not think about it. So you just need to balance.
Yeah, that's very important, balance. Yeah, so I'm going to ask this question anyway. I think you've sort of all answered it. But what do you think is the key to success in a career in science?
With physics, the first thing, the driving force that you need is the curiosity.
Yes.
The curiosity.
Everybody I've spoken to has mentioned that.
Yes.
Science, you need to be curious.
I'm working with electrical engineers. And I'm just going to tell you the story. He will shock me. Yes. So my lab manager, he's an electrical engineer. And he, when we're doing something there, if I don't understand something, I ask. So he was like, no, man, you're not a chemist. So just focus on to getting the work done. But me, I feel like me as a physicist, I need to understand the principles of actually how does a battery discharge, how does it charge, the material levels. If you have that kind of curiosity, it will push you to even go beyond. Even battery is malfunctioning now. As a physicist, I have to understand, okay, maybe it's the structure of the electrolyte, or maybe it's the structure of the anode side of the electrode. So I need to know how to troubleshoot the machine, something like that. But for me to get there, I need to know the underlying principles of the operation. So I think curiosity is one thing that takes it over. Yes.
So I think my colleague has tested all, because I think if we're being honest, it basically revolves around how eager you are to learn and understand whatever that you are dealing with. And maybe you might also be pushed by your background or your situation and all of those things. But in order to succeed in science and the fields that we are working in, I think you also have to have the Albert Einstein or Steve Jobs mentality, because for those guys to have the name, for example, all of us, we know them. For those guys to be well known based on the work that they did, it's not just because they were lucky or they were just chosen. It's because of the hard work that they put in whatever that they did, because they were very curious to a point where it pushed them to come up and discover new things that could benefit a lot of other people. So I think I don't need to even say it more. I think my colleague has said curiosity is the number one thing.
Definitely. Well, for me, it's I want to use the word relevance. Stay relevant. Keep up with the times. And in science, you need to also be ahead of your time. You need to preempt problems. And what solutions might be needed. Where's the world moving, and what are they going to need in the future? You know what I mean? Because now I'm just looking at just touching. Yeah, so that's curiosity. Yes, exactly. You need to be curious about where we're going to. Like, for example, just touching on your energy example, like now, companies that have been pushing solar for a long time, now in this hectic load shedding, what can I call it, a seasonal time. Now they're already popping up, but this thing has been there for a while now, So just being preemptive and looking past where you are. Yeah.
My final question to you is, is there any project that you've done in your field that you can tell us about that has made a difference in society, like a specific one? Okay, I already know yours. Let's start with you for this one.
Oh, there's actually quite a few. Maybe I'll just touch on two. Well, in the heat of COVID-19, when it was bad, worst of the worst, smart mobility, or rather, my division, it's transport infrastructure and management. We developed a system where we're registering the taxi industry, right? Because they were working throughout COVID-19 because there's no break for the transport industry because people still need to move and still need to travel. So in order to keep them safe and to ensure that they were sanitizing, that they were protecting their passengers, we developed a system called CMO, right? So what happened? I've heard that too. Yeah, you've heard about CMO. So we developed this CMO app where people were able, with the queue marshals were able to register whether they've sanitized passengers, whether they've disinfected certain vehicles, whether there's enough of sanitizer, there's enough, because I know now sanitizer is something. I know. But at the time, if you don't have sanitizer, listen, if you do not have a mask on, you're going to jail, kind of, seriousness. So we were making sure that those kind of protocols were being followed by, developing a technological solution that could be implemented, and that was easy for the taxi industry to implement, And just touching on another one briefly, which is what you mentioned, the Gauteng household travel survey. We also did that I think there was one done in 2019 and there was one in 2021. Done in just to compare how the mobility of households, how that was impacted by COVID-19, and those stats are actually being used by a lot of industry players to come up with different conclusions on whatever project that they're working on. So, yeah.
I think you really mentioned that it, but so for those that don't know, I would say our successful system or project from our group thus far has been the television white spaces project. So which is, its main focus is just to connect the unconnected. As we all know, and as a person who's also coming from the background of the rural areas, there are a lot of people who are underprivileged, who are unable to have all of the connectivity that we have in the urban area that we take for granted. But once we go back home, we study the license. So that project, when it's mainly focused, is just connecting the unconnected. So we are deploying telecommunication networks using television white space devices and giving the people from the rural areas and other even private school or underprivileged schools connectivity so that they can at least be able to access information, be able to do their work or do anything that they want online instead of the standard or the normal paper-based systems and all those type of things. So that project for me, I would say it's the best project thus far, and even with the work that we are doing, and even out there, as I mentioned, EndNotes, for example, they are one of our assistants or the company that we are joining forces with to help the people out there to be connected. I don't think I can even say much more. Okay,
for me, I work on both teams. I work with the PV, which is photovoltaic solar panel lab, and the energy storage testbed. So I'm just going to touch on both quick. On the PV lab, so what we do is we test the reliability and the quality of the solar panels. Like most of these solar panels are being imported from the outside. So you will find that the manufacturer outside or the supplier outside overpromises on the capabilities of the solar panel itself. But when they get to our side, when the solar panels, they should be able to last you for about 25 to 30 years. Okay. So if it loses more than 1% of power each year, it's not going to reach you for that amount of projected time. Okay, so our lab, we actually test the quality and the reliability of those panels. So more focused on what you call electroluminescence imaging. So which is just like an X-ray. You just want to look at the bulbs of the solar cell, because when the solar cell is cracked, you're not going to be able to see it with your own naked eyes. But with using that technique, it's just the camera and connect the module to a power supply, we can be able to tell if the cell is malfunctioning or have some cracks and stuff. So on the battery side, so the battery in the ESTB lab was just established, I think, early this year. Yeah, so I got to meet the king of the.
Oh, you were, yes.
Yes. So yeah, with the lab actually, it's focused on testing lithium-ion batteries. So it's the same thing. I mean, the suppliers from the outside, they can overpromise on the capability of the battery, but now we need to test them. Also, it supports the local manufacturers. I mean, if you design your own battery and you want to see how feasible or how good can it be for the market, you can be able to test it and we certify it. Or we also contribute to the development of the standards with regards to lithium-ion batteries, because lithium-ion battery is the best battery in the market currently. So yeah, I mean, with the energy transition and adapting to the renewable energies, energy storage is the heart of that, is the center of that. So that's why we are here. That's the project we're working on.
Wow, guys, your work is so interesting, and I really have learned a lot. And thank you so much for joining us. And I'm sure our viewers have also learned as much as I have. Yeah, thank you for joining us.
Thank you
so much, Practitioner.
Thank you.